Welcome back to RLTW Strategies. Let me give you an introduction to my screen. So I went ahead and rearranged the screen presentation. So on here you got a 5-minute on the left, we got a 1 minute on the right. I drew some levels from earlier this morning, and I still have my trading view monitoring the ES and the NASDAQ on the other chart. So I'm monitoring gold as well, and I got the chat up. So yeah, market's gonna open in less than 10 minutes, and we'll go from there. So going back to what I did the last night, actually this morning. What time? No, that was last night. I did a couple trades last night, very minimal profit on that, and then this is where I made majority of this profit today on this combine. Right, I wasn't trading this combine. This combine had zero balance yesterday, and I went ahead and traded. I saw this move up. I couldn't sleep. Woke up at like 4. Saw this move up on this candle, and you can probably see it better on the 1 minute. But yeah, on this move up, came back, consolidated. On this move, I entered 744. So on this candle kick up, I entered at one contract at 744.50, roughly around this area, and I closed out at 787, almost a 40-point move. So that was a good move. Sold at the top, and it dropped down the rest of the morning. Haven't done any more trades on this combine. We're not going to trade this combine today. I'm going to focus on the one from yesterday, or the one we've been working on the live stream. We're at 5,400. I did a trade on this one this morning as well. Just one trade. I thought it was going to be $115, but it ended up with the slippage. It ended up being $72. So this is our track record since Thursday. Did 7 trades yesterday. Ended up trading this one off camera. It was just at the end of the market day. It was just a good. Let me see what's going on with YouTube Studios. It was just a good opportunity. Maybe I gotta close something. I don't got that many. I don't know, maybe it's better. Anyways, so back to the chart. So I ended up trading this yesterday at the close of market, and got an opportunity, 7 trades, 1,100 yesterday, and then traded again this morning, and I'll show you that here. It wasn't that great of a position. 769. I think I went long. I went long 769. On the next candle I closed at 773, 4 points. So yeah, with that, we'll go ahead and focus on this account, and market will open in about 2.5 minutes, and we'll go from there. Maybe the music is making it. Maybe I could close that. Maybe close that one. I don't know. Hopefully the stream will catch up. Hopefully it's not buffering too much. So we have a support level here. Support level here. We also have a support level down here on the 5 minute. So maybe if we go to a larger time frame, I gotta take those off. Let's take those off. All right, rejected off the Monday low, which is the day low. And then we have a pre-market low. Why would that be there? Pre-market low, is that from the other day? Yeah, that was yesterday's pre-market low. I gotta relabel that. Actually, we just get rid of that one. We don't need that. We have the gap fill, which should be up there. Oh, that's right. I had this all labeled on the trading view. There we go, gap fill. We tried to fill it here. Didn't quite work out. Yesterday's low, that's right. Let's get rid of this one. All right, market's open. Let's see what the market does. See if we come back down and retest this level. Good initial move. Let's see what the imbalance is real quick. They haven't published it yet. Can we come back down and retest that? We have 3 minutes left on this 5 minute candle. Man, Nvidia's popping back up. So is Apple. Tesla, Microsoft, Palantir are both down. We could bounce here. 2 minutes left on that candle. Man, Nvidia just spiked up $1, $2 since open. Can we maintain that momentum? I don't know. We shall see. Got a minute 40 left on this candle. Would have been a good play. After this 5-minute candle break closes, I'm going to look for a 50% retracement down to this level. Maybe go in for a long at 620. We still got the gap fill that we may hit today, so. I'm listening to Soja, if you're familiar with Pepper and Regulation. All right, 46 seconds left. We could possibly fill that gap. That gap is 300 points up. Man, if we get some of that, that'll be good. All right, 5 seconds left. Probably should have held on to it. Give it time to climb, right? Let's see. Let's see if we get another position. We got the VWAP up there. We're hitting the VWAP. All right, where are we at? Oh, not really that much. 20 bucks. And the ES is moving, man. ES is above the VWAP. Went in on a long. Went in down here when it touched, oh, maybe it was down here. It was right here. So I got a 5-minute chart on the left, 1-minute chart on the right. I went over some trades that I did over the night, last night and this morning. That's in the beginning of the video, so once it's posted, you could check that out. I'll actually review it on the recap probably when it's time to get off. But we're at the VWAP on the NASDAQ on the 5-minute and above the VWAP and the point of control, under the point of control on the ES. So I'm just watching those two and seeing how they behave. We saw a 5-minute 3-bar reversal that I entered on the second bar on this pullback, but closed it out just $20 up, $30 up. So I was expecting it to come up here. That would have been $500. I mean, we got $600 left to go on this account, which could happen on one candle. So we'll see. Patience, right? Watch setups and levels. Still have another candle possibly if we're continuing to go up. We're below the VWAP on the NASDAQ. Palantir is moving back up. Tesla is staying above its opening high. Apple's above its opening high. Yeah, that was the call, man. We could go, it's about 300 points to fill in that gap. 200 points, 250 points from filling that gap. The gap's 300 points from last night, from the close of yesterday. Yeah, we come back down here one more time, retest this area, put an order in. I'm just afraid it's going to go down further, but we'll see. We'll see. That would be a... Actually, that's a long candle. I'm just scared. Don't want to lose it. We'll wait for a more earlier of a setup. I'm getting in. If I get in now long, just to hit one more candle up to this area, you know, sellers may step in up here. Well, yeah, sellers may step in definitely up here. But on the 5-minute, buyers look strong, so. Microsoft is looking red. Microsoft's big enough to pull the NASDAQ down a little bit, so. Nvidia is recovering. It's recovering. It's only up $2. $20 minutes open. Let's look at the 15-minute range. Oh, wrong one. So that's the 15-minute range from opening. See if we stay in it or break out of it. We're hitting the bottom of the VWAP on the NASDAQ on the 5-minute. We're still above the VWAP, but below the point of control on the ES on the 5-minute. We're at this wrong one. This congestion that we got to break through. And then we got to fight through this trend line. We already retested this yellow trend line. We can get rid of that one. We could reject up here. The point of control is at 691. There we go, we rejected off of that level. Rejected top of that 15-minute range. I got cold, I had to put on a sweater. One minute left on this 5-minute candle. We have capacity utilization at 9:15 and industrial production at 9:15. It's already happened. 10 o'clock, business inventories, home builder confidence index. Then at noon, we have Fed President Hammack speaking. And then Powell speaking at 1:30. That should be interesting. That should definitely be interesting at 1:30. Alright, so we may get a series of red candles right now. Small series of red candles. It's not a reversal. It just might be a, I don't know, going lower a little bit. Maybe hitting a double bottom from this morning down here. We may test that 15-minute range on this pullback. We got this area that we have to fight through. We have a resistance area there as well, support level at the bottom of that 15-minute range. And then this is a major support level down here. That's why it's labeled. And then I got another one down here at 18,300 and then 18,514. Palantir is coming down, Apple's coming down, Tesla's coming down. Microsoft led it. Microsoft's still going down. Microsoft was leading it, and earlier this morning, while everything else was, most of the Mag 7 was green. We'll just see how far it goes down. And that was a good short at the top. Almost 100-point movement. Is this a higher low? We've got 3 minutes left on that candle, on the 5-minute. Gold reached a high of 33.34. Nvidia's down 5%, 4% now. Could be bouncing. Nvidia showing a large green candle on the 5-minute. Nvidia went close to hitting the VWAP and bounced off it. I don't know how strong that bounce is. It may retest the VWAP. Microsoft's still dropping. We could come down here. Definitely come down here. If we break the 15-minute range, retest the 15-minute range, we could come down here. Retest the 15-minute range and reject off it. Right now we're still within that 15-minute range, so unless we get a 5-minute 3-bar confirmation, I don't think there's a point to trade right now. It's just chopping. I mean, that's an 90 point chop. Definitely make profit in there. I stand corrected. 105 point chop. So since we're chopping right now, I'll go over real quick the accounts. So this is the original eval that we've been trading. I traded this one yesterday, that posted that video, and then this one I traded this morning. This one was zero balance. It's a brand new eval, up 1,000 on it. I don't think I'm going to trade this much today. We're just focused on passing this one. So that is the focus. Got a new candle. We couldn't break the low. That's a good sign. Unless this red candle goes and breaks it, which could be a possibility. Be a good, maybe a good area to go long. We're at a low volume shelf. $200 right there. Where are we at? We are at 20 minutes into open. Are we bouncing here? Nope, we busted through that one. We're definitely going down to that support level. Unless that was just a pin pattern. See if we reject the bottom of that 15-minute range. Two minutes left on this candle. Yep, we going down there. So we got Globex low at 18,504. Just for context, this might be a buy zone. Could possibly be a buy zone right there. Reason being, that right there. And then we got all this congestion over here, which could take us down to the support buy area. If this fails, if that fails, we will probably come down to retest this trend line. This is a weekly trend line. Missed out on a short. Would have passed the account. It's right down here at the bottom. Let me see if it shows. Oh yeah, okay. Hold on. I got you. I got you. How's that? Lifetime. 954.789. You should be about 20 to 30 seconds. Of course, pawn, man. Come on. We're coming down here. Definitely. How hard will we bounce? Four seconds left. 3, 2, 1. New candle. This is a smaller red. The next one may be green for a snap back up. 20 seconds. I wonder if that's because of my streaming speed. So, pay attention to this level. Right, we could bounce, or we could break it, retest it, and go down to that next support level. Palantir, Nvidia, Microsoft and Apple show possible green candle forming. We got bottom wicks on Tesla, bottoming out. It's the bottom of the Bollinger Band. It could pop up, who knows, man, with the Mag 7. I'm gonna put a level on the ES similar to the NASDAQ at that support level. Globex low. I think that trap longs in the morning. All right, what do we got here? What 5-minute candle is forming? We got 3 minutes left on it. Grab liquidity real quick. Remember, it could go 10 points below this support area, hitting stops. So possibly the optimum place to purchase, and then a stop down here, maybe. I love when that happens. As we wait for this 15-minute rejection at the range, I'm going to check out news real quick. The rejection, is it strong enough? We have 1:40 left on this 5-minute candle. All the Mag 7 looks like it's, I'm not going to try to Just trade what we see. Don't try to anticipate. Definitely a rejection at the 15-minute range on the 1 minute. Trade what we see. Not what we think is going to happen. That has burned my ass more than once. Trade small, trade what we see. Yeah, that was a good rejection. Come on, you know you want to come down here. What a slow movement, huh? Four seconds left on this candle. Here we go. Look at that touch. And that might be a good area if I just held on longer. ES still has to come down and touch it. ES isn't even there yet. We may come down to here. Man, that would have been another 100 points. I hope you're in. If you got into that, I hope you're still in it. And that was a good play, man. 30 points. If he didn't move, if I just kept my stop down here. Maybe that's what I need to work on. Yes, sir. I just feel like I miss out on so much, man. But you're right. I'm getting in that mind frame of trying to, transitioning to greed, so I just need to... All right, if this 5-minute candle closes bigger than this red candle, we may be sitting pretty on the next couple candles. It could be an indecisive green as well. 2 minutes left on it. Be patient for a retest. All we got to do is make enough to replace an 8-hour day job. That's it. Not trying to make thousands and millions of dollars. Just enough to do this for a living and make your own hours. Just have to get there first. Not there yet. Definitely not there yet. Come on, retest down here. 1:20 left on this candle. All right, so Microsoft led the drop of the Mag 7 earlier this morning. Microsoft is the only one that shows a promising bottoming green candle before everyone else. 50 seconds left. If we break in this area, we could come to a 50% pull down and then continue getting to that 15-minute range, but we have to see this 5-minute candle break above the body of this red candle. 30 seconds left. I mean, we got this area right here. We can come down and test this support zone a few more times before bouncing back up, just like previously indicated here. Five seconds left. Doesn't look like we broke it. We might have to wait for now. The drop down wasn't a reversal either. The red candle was smaller than the previous green candle and it followed with a series of reds. So the same thing could apply on this green candle. It could follow with a series of greens to the upside, but you know. I do have a trend that it has to break through on the trading view chart. It's right here, this trend. And we broke it here, but we came down to retest it and we broke through it. So this might still be in play for a retest back up. Again, we could reject at this bottom of this 15-minute range. If we break the 15-minute range to the upside, it's a failed downside option, I think. Nice, bud. It was a good level, man. I caught like $30 off it, I think. I mean, that's a huge 60 points, man. If you captured half of that, it's a good level. Now we just have to either retest it or never visit it again, you know? Microsoft still moving up to the upside. Tesla had a huge green candle on the 5-minute. Back to the up top Bollinger Band on Tesla. Probably from this move right here. We're breaking that trend line on the trading view. If we break through it and retest it again and bounce off it, I'm gonna go long. I think this is the trend line I had that was yellow, and it was like this. Nope, let's go. That's the trend line I have on the trading view chart. Which I don't know if it's more confusing to have it on there. We got this resistance. We're back in the 15-minute range. Right here. 2 minutes left on the candle. Microsoft and Apple are going up. Meta is slowly moving up. All right. Is it a fake? Palantir starting to move up. So is Nvidia. Is that the low of the day? 1 minute left on this 5-minute candle. That could be the same movement. My technical analysis right here. What if that technical analysis works? It's so simple. It would be hilarious. All right, let's see. Is this 1 minute candle testing the bottom of that 50-minute range again? $20 seconds left. Rejected off the EMA. Mag 7 still looks promising. Strong 1 minute candle push up. On a new candle and see what it does at the EMA. So the VWAP is turning flat. So could we range from Monday low, yesterday's low? I don't know why they put that day low. Rejecting a little bit off the EMA. Retesting the EMA. $10, $11. Man, retesting that EMA again. 2.5 minutes. 2.5 minutes left on this 5-minute candle, and we are at this area right here. It wants to break that EMA. Rejected off it again. I mean, this could be another lower high. So, possibility of coming down here. Again, if we break this low X low support zone, we're coming down to here. There's nothing. We can come down to here. That would be an area. 1 minute. Apple's coming back down. Palantir's coming back down. Be an intraday reversal. We broke that trend line on that 1 minute. We're back at the trend line on that trading view chart. Broke the 15-minute range. 20 seconds left on this candle. This could just be a pull of liquidity and it's going to continue to go up, but I don't think so. It's possible. The ES is below the Bollinger Band, EMA, and the VWAP, and below the point of control, but it's retesting its low at 53.41. Hasn't touched it yet since Globex, since 4 this morning. So the ES may be moving to that area, 53.41. All right, so that candle has a solid bottom on the 5 minute. So there was no buyers here to push it up. I don't know. Microsoft could be turning around. ES is just still hanging at this low. I mean, so is the NASDAQ, but the NASDAQ almost touched its Globex low at the bottom of this volume area, right here. But the ES is 6 points away from touching its pre-market low. If we fail to come down to 510, 509, if we fail to reach 509, it could just probably be a slow climb up. I guess that's what we're waiting for, is to see what price does in this area. If it's going to break 540 to 500s. Be patient, don't get FOMO. And we're down 2% on the day on the NASDAQ. That's crazy. VIX is at 31 right now. "30 seconds left on this 5-minute candle." Come on, NASDAQ. What are you gonna do? "16 seconds. New candle. I got this 15-minute range resistance area, man. Look at it. It's just getting tighter and tighter. It's a good sign. All right, let's break this trend and retest. All right, it looks like a failed, man. I want to say it's a failed downside auction and just go long here. Right? We got to break the EMA. I want to break through the EMA and bounce on the EMA. That's what I want to see. NASDAQ is touching the EMA. Microsoft rejected off the VWAP. We got to break this area right here. Rejected off the EMA for the third time. Tesla's moving back up, man. Microsoft is fighting its lows. Gotta break this EMA. Minute 30 left on this candle, this 5-minute candle. On the 5-minute, we've had higher lows, but we're flat topping up here. I feel like it's gonna pop and then trap people. Okay, we're touching it, the resistance area. We're above the EMA. ES is still below their EMA. All right, we broke through the EMA. We're heading into the VWAP, I believe. I'm gonna wait for a rotation back down to this blue line. Maybe go in long. Let's see, 4 minutes, brand new candle. Microsoft's at the VWAP. Is that trapping people? What is it gonna do? It could come and retest this yellow trend line. There I go again. Let me change the color. Nope, I don't like the way it looks. We could come back to, I don't know, it's probably too late. Missed out on the move. I don't think it's gonna come down here to the blue line or to retest the yellow trend line. I mean, maybe. So the VWAP is at a pivot point. Nice, man. I know that was a good level. We're touching the VWAP. And this is a support level 2 that we're touching on the pivot. All right, we're gonna reject first off the VWAP before blowing through it. Maybe I'm talking myself out of my trades. This was a resistance for, since, I'm at 9:45. What time is it? Almost an hour. Here's that pullback off the VWAP. Come on, bounce. Come down to this trend line. Come down this trend line. Let me buy in right here. It's a hard rejection off the VWAP. 3 minutes left on this candle. If we touch the EMA and bounce off the EMA, Nvidia is above the VWAP. Microsoft is rejecting the VWAP. Palantir rejected the VWAP. Tesla broke through the top Bollinger Band. Maybe that was my buy-in right there at the bottom of that wick. We're in the middle of the 15-minute range. We're at that blue line resistance. I don't think that minute green candle is strong enough to keep moving up. I may be wrong. We do have a higher high. Well, that's on the minute. We are making higher highs on the 5 minute. That's positive. Oh man, Palantir just shot up. So did Nvidia. Maybe we're retesting the top of that range. Touching the VWAP again. Oh man, it's almost 10:30. Shit, I should get out of this trade. $10.30. I mean, that's a 5-minute indecisive green candle. We could rotate back down. I almost bought down there. It's okay. I did not. I'm thinking it's going to bounce on this blue line. Oh. All right. We're in between the VWAP and the EMA. We bounced off the EMA. I think we're going to touch the VWAP again. Palantir is above the VWAP. NASDAQ, NVIDIA is on the VWAP. Microsoft is on the VWAP. And Meta is going to the VWAP. That's why I got into it. But you're right, it's chopping right here. I mean, do I want to sweat $200 plus and minus? Maybe if I started a position down here on the blue line instead of getting in up here. Yeah, I know. You're right. You're right, Pawn. My second entry should have been the first entry. Man, squeezed out of that one. Yeah, I know. 2 cons, 0 drawdown at the blue line. We have all day, right? We have all day. And we're in the 50% area of this 15-minute range. So anything could happen. $400 away, man. One to two setups away. That's how I need to think of it. 1 to 2 setups away. We're at this bull flag forming on the 1 minute, which I wouldn't really trust the bull flag on the 1 minute, but I will be right back. All right, we're rejecting off the all right, we're rejecting off of that VWAP. I got an alert on YouTube Studios about something, and I'm trying to figure it out, but if this stream's still going, then I'll worry about it after. All right, we've got resistance up there at that yellow line. Get rid of this trend line. Just go off the blue trend line. Actually, I'll make this one yellow now. My OCD. All right, we never came down here, so I'll remove that. I'm expecting a lower low. Well, we still having a lower high on the 5-minute. Right here. From here to here. But if we bounce on the bottom of this 15-minute range, yeah, Nvidia's dropping, Microsoft's dropping, Tesla's dropping. This could be a good short area. Wait till this 5-minute candle closes. We got 2.5 minutes left. ES is dropping off the VWAP. We rejected off the VWAP on the 5-minute pretty hard. See what the news is. Bounce off the EMA, which was right here at the bottom of this wick. But none of the Mag 7 is bouncing yet. Matching dojis, what's that mean? We didn't only reject off the VWAP, we rejected off that support level 2 pivot point at 18,635.50. Rejected at 637, that's where the VWAP's at. Pivot point's at 550. 635.50. 1 minute left on this 5-minute candle. We could retest. Got 3 places we could retest. Retest here, retest here. $27 seconds. Yeah, it is choppy. How much are you up? Apple's hitting the VWAP. Not any of them want to be on the same page today. Hey man, 200 a day. 200 a day is nice. We always want more, but wait for better setups. And we're back at that resistance. If the ES breaks the EMA and bounces off the EMA, and the Nasdaq does the same, if we break this 5-minute consolidation box, 1-minute consolidation box, let me get rid of this line, clean it up a little bit. It's just here from those candles, but we have all this area right here. This will be a better level. Here we go. We broke through the EMA. Is it strong enough? Is it strong enough? You know, we might keep going up. It's gonna go up. All right. My next entry is going to be a retest of the VWAP. We broke the VWAP on the NASDAQ. We haven't closed above it yet, and we are about to break a trend line and a VWAP on the ES. So if we stay above that trend line and the VWAP on the ES, and I drew a trend line on the 5-minute. So if you take the 5-minute and draw from 0.435 and then hit all the tops of the highest candles, you know how to do it. That's the trend line I'm looking at. I'll show you real quick. This one right here. So if we break above that and stay above the VWAP on the ES, then we could continue going up. I mean, look at NASDAQ. This is my paper account. Been holding it since this morning. Tesla, Microsoft, Apple, Palantir are all moving to the upside, minus Nvidia. Nvidia's struggling. Let's see what Amazon's doing. I haven't looked at Amazon all morning. Amazon looks good. It's hitting a double top on its high today. All right, we're looking for a bounce off the VWAP, which is where this yellow box, top of this yellow box. And we could test the top of the 15-minute range from this morning, obviously. $30 seconds left on this 5-minute candle. We have matching wicks. That was a low of the day so far. One second. New candle. Let's go. What are we doing? Are we pulling back 50% and hitting the VWAP? Hitting the VWAP now. We have a pivot point right there. bouncing off that box. I stay with my plan. I'm going to wait for the ES to break the trend line and then retest the trend line. We got this resistance right here. That's why that yellow line was there. All right, point of control. We're coming to the trend line and the point of control on the NASDAQ. Man, Powell's speaking today too. Powell speaking at 1:30. And Hammock speaks at 12. Are we bouncing there? Point of control just moved. We're at the point of control. We're above the pivot. ES is retesting that trend line. Point of control moved. NVIDIA has a pretty strong red 5-minute candle. Microsoft looks strong, stronger than it did this morning. I think the market's just waiting for Powell to speak. Could be quite possible. We failed to break the 15-minute range from this morning. One minute left on this 5-minute candle. Thirty seconds left. Five seconds. Below the VWAP. Are you starting on your Apex PA account today? Or are you just focusing on the other evals? Man, there's so many things going on right now. We have the pivot point, the VWAP, the point of control, and a 5-minute trend line from 8:30 this morning. All at the same spot. Nice. They still have the 30% consistency rule. All right, back at the VWAP. Back at the pivot point, VWAP, trend line, point of control. All of them. Right here. Maybe we're going up. ES is breaking the VWAP. Is it faking people? When did we retest the gap the other day? Was it in the afternoon? Or is it right before 12? Let me look at the trading view chart. Okay, that's one gap. Then we had this other gap. Where are you at? Where are you at? Okay, there's one. Okay, there's the gap I'm talking about. We visited it at 11:55 in the afternoon. We could possibly rally around 12 o'clock all the way to hit that gap. Maybe. Yeah. It was 11:55 and 12. I think 11:55 to 1. We just kept bouncing on that gap. All right, this VWAP pivot point control is all holding price here. All right, 5 minutes to 11 o'clock. 11 o'clock liquidity. We don't even know what direction it's going to go. Right now it's fainting down. No trade until 11:05. So they restarted the Keystone pipeline and they found leaks, so they had to shut it back down. Nvidia's dropping. It's 10:56. Tesla's dropping. Three minutes left for 11 o'clock. Bounced off the EMA. Bounced off that trend line on the 1 minute, 5 minute, 2 minutes till 11. And that might be a grab of liquidity right there before going up. Minute and a half, man. 8 ball says it's gonna pop up to that blue trend line. Oil's at 62.61. Damn. All right, ES is at the VWAP and the trend line again. And at a pivot point, just like the NASDAQ. $20 seconds. Ooh, we got some buy volume coming in. Well, now it's red volume. Buy volume. $10 seconds. Is this a fake out? We're above the VWAP on both the ES and NASDAQ. First initial move, don't go off the first initial move. Still chop. I think I already heard this song. All right, are we going up?
Got these subs in my Chevy, beating heavy. These lead pipes, they don't tread like
Man, we've been hitting this VWAP since 10:25.
Living with myself.
So finally rejecting.
No more catastrophe. Or catastrophic.
Chopping.
Epic stories of my history. Disproportionate display to intoxicate my luminaries. But with all of that, dysfunction got the best of me. Disseminate the well springs with no apologies.
Nvidia's dropping. Look at these top and bottom wicks, man. There's that blue line. It's the EMA on the NASDAQ. VWAP still flat. Chop City. Are we testing the bottom of the 15-minute range again? Outlook is high for a bounce down here. Trade what you see. Trade what you see. Not what you think. If we hit the VWAP again, man. ES is at the VWAP again and the trend line before the NASDAQ. We haven't done that yet. I think the NASDAQ was leading the ES. Now the ES is leading the NASDAQ. Is that something? ES is above the trend line and above the VWAP. Let's see if it holds. There is a 5-minute range right there. We're hitting the top of that 5-minute range on the ES. We're at the VWAP again. Man, we're testing that VWAP. Oh man, NASDAQ maybe go. Why would ES? Why would Nvidia? Sorry, why would Nvidia just bounce hard? Unless people are buying the lows right now. ES has 50 seconds left on that 5-minute candle above the point of control, above the VWAP, and above the trend line. Thirty seconds left on this candle. This might be a 5-minute breaking out of the consolidation right here. ES has 16 seconds to see if we maintain above the trend line and the VWAP. Microsoft looks strong. Amazon looks strong. Quick drop. Come on. Ooh, it did fake me out. Come on. The most I'm looking is a 50% retracement on that green candle. But the ES that's good. Oh man. Could have passed it. Look at that top wick. Oh man. It's okay. We'll just slowly chisel at it, right? I could still go in. Let's see. Do I want to risk? 150 bucks. That's it, buddy. 150 bucks away. We're at the VWAP, at the point of control. The ES is above the VWAP point of control and the trend line, and it's holding. Nvidia is starting to turn around. Nasdaq's starting to turn around. Amazon's going up. I mean, those are all good things to go in for a small scalp long, at least in the next 10 minutes. There you go, $922. I'm like $78 away. Ugh. $78 away. A minute 22 left on this 5-minute candle. ES still looks strong. Oh, Nvidia's just moving up strong. Come on. Damn. Yeah. Up $900, just lost 1,000. Going into 2 contracts, waiting for another break up above the VWAP, but we rejected pretty hard off the VWAP. So, it's a good rejection. Trapped me thinking we were going long. Everything's crashing right now. Yeah, man, I was expecting us to finally break this VWAP and he's hitting it. I did plan it. I talked about it. And we're bouncing here after stopping me out. Damn, man. Scared me out of my trade. Maybe. That was just a pull of liquidity to continue moving up. No, this could retest this trend line. How much would this have been? Let's see. I'm going to figure out if I got in. No, I need to change that. Move that to 2. If I bought at that last pullback, it would have been 700 bucks from the bottom of that yellow box to where it's at now. That pullback scared me, man. Now it's back up to my entry price. That emotionally sucks. The market got me, man. $30 seconds on this 5-minute candle. Still in that range. Should have bought at the bottom of that yellow box instead of buying at the top with 2 contracts. Now it took me out, and now it's going to go up. And I was expecting to take heat 50% on that green candle. Like around this area. We reject the VWAP again. Just playing this chop. That was a rejection off that line. Here we go, back at my break even. It's almost 1:30. Don't do 3 contracts. Man, damn, that would have just, where it popped up would have been, oh man. All right. Let's go. Unless that's a fake out. Okay, let's wait to see if we reject. I think we're gonna go up now. That was just a liquidity pool that took me out. I should have entered 2 down here. We're at the top Bollinger Band on ES, 50% between the 2 pivot points. We might be filling the gap now. Look at what time it is. Maybe. We come up to here. It's a strong 5-minute candle. We have a minute left. I'm going to expect a 50% pullback on this green candle. 645. Top of the yellow box. Let's see if we break the 15-minute range. We could also break the 15-minute range and bounce on the 15-minute range box. Damn. Got me, man. And it's going without me. Here's my paper trades finally playing out. All right, wait for a pullback. That's a big 5-minute candle. That could have been, that is a classic step. That's the first step. We should get 2 more after this. We got consolidation after this move up, which would be, this would be the perfect area for consolidation. So maybe buy at the bottom of this blue line. More like this area. Right here. We could range. Come on. Oh, Jesus, it's going. Don't get FOMO. Don't get FOMO. Don't get FOMO. Man, I was long 2 contracts and couldn't take the heat. Okay, we tested Monday's low. It's a good area to come back down on, 238. Let's put a line up there. We just rejected off the pivot point on the ES. We are at the support level 1. So it's 50% pullback. Let's go. Come on, 4-minute candle. Let's go. You're gonna give me a pullback. We get a pullback to this blue line or the 15-minute range box. I don't think this box is null and void now. We could retest this 5-minute trend. Oh, it's almost 11:30, so we could see more liquidity at 11:30. Come on to this blue line. Blue line or this box. What's the heat that I would take if I enter at the blue line? 12 points.
Well, I was eating lunch at the DLG when this little girl came and she sat next to me. Never seen nobody move the way she did. Well, she did and she does and she'll do it again. When you move like a jellyfish, rhythm don't mean nothing. You go with the flow, you don't stop. Move like a jellyfish, rhythm is nothing. You go with the flow, you don't stop. It's a coming to something that nobody knows. That the beauty will follow wherever hill in the back of a house in the wood. She loved me forever, I know. She la da 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 da, la da 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 da, la da 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 da, la da 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 da.
Come down in the purple box. Let's go. Blue line or purple box? I think we're gonna bounce there. Come on. Do I 50 it and just put an order here? Two minutes to 11:30. I probably should enter trades with a limit order. One minute left on this candle. Let's go. All right, so the VWAP on both the ES and the NASDAQ are slightly pointing up right now. Come on, come down the purple box. 673 area. On its way, that's right there. Come on. Come on. Huge green candle, 5-minute candle. This area right here, come on. We got a minute left on this 5-minute candle. Check news real quick. Oh, wrong button. Nothing new. Mmm. 50% of that candle. Come on, pull back to this area. Could have been a fake out long. I don't know. It's 11:30. Hit that blue line. I'm put an alert there. 655. Where's this one at? 652. And that is a buy area. We broke through the trend line. We retest it. Why would we go up? To fill the gap. Bounced off that box. Should have held it. Should have held. 2 minutes left on this candle. I mean, if that candle closes below that small little green body, we're going down again. Tesla's moving up hard. Microsoft's above the VWAP. Apple's above the VWAP. Amazon's above the VWAP. ES's. We got the VWAPs of the ES and NASDAQ pointed up. Minute and 30 left on this candle. That could have been a pull of liquidity before moving back up. Come on, come back down. One minute left on this 5-minute candle. Did you go long, pawn, on that 5-minute kick up? Or are you waiting to see what happens on the next couple minutes? Man, Nvidia looks like it's gonna break its it's above the VWAP. Nvidia is. 26 seconds. 20 seconds on this 5-minute candle. We could reject at 706. When did you get in? What's your long price? I should have held my long. I just moved my stop. All right, let's see. We could retest. That's good. Off that bounce. Off this bounce right here. So you and I went in almost the same. I mean, I was 4 points above you. Are you going to add if we come down? Ben, are you shorting right now or you would short? Is that what your 1 minute signal says? Being serious. Are you watching your signals? I mean, I would agree that a short could be possible because of this 5-minute candle, but that's a long wick. That's a lot of buy pressure to bring it back up. Yeah, I might as well take profit. I1? Is that what is that shorthand for I1? Or one win? I don't know. Okay. Palantir's dropping. Well, it's we're at $93. I mean, we could bounce here on this yellow trend. We did reject hard. Well, I just drew that after we rejected hard, so. On the 5-minute, we do have higher highs and higher lows since 10 a.m. But that could just be a large trend from this morning as well. I'll be right back. It could bounce at 655 possibly. On the ES, it will be 5385 area. "30 seconds on this 5-minute candle. On top, we're holding that 15-minute top range from this open, from the open this morning. Broke below it. We need a higher low. We need a pivot and a higher low. If the next 20 minutes we get a lower high, the point of control on the ES just popped up to 5388. We're dropping, but we got that trend line. Yeah, that would be a good one. A retracement of that 5-minute green candle. I just don't want to short at this level right here, and I don't want to short before this trend line's broke. That's my only problem. But I could see it coming down here and bouncing. I don't know if you were here, Ben, but I was up $900. Now I was down 115. Yeah, I'm willing to as well. It's just, do we wait for 20 minutes? Do you start building a position? On micros, do you start to build a position? I got an alert at 652, and then we got the VWAP point of control and the EMA below it at 635. Yeah, 639, 635. Possible reversal at that point. My alert got hit. Let's see what we do here. Man, that was a fake out. That might have been a fake out long. Nasdaq just bounced off the VWAP. And that trend line. VWAP was here. 644. We could just have a series of red 5-minute candles replicating each other all the way down. I've seen that before. Yeah, I mean, we still got that gap fill. We had a late gap fill yesterday or the other day. I'm expecting another late gap fill, but what would give it a reason to fill that gap? Because Nvidia led that drop on the Nasdaq, or the markets in general. So what would move us up? Now Russia wants to go to Mars. Did I run out of music? Ooh, I like Bryce Vine. Let's listen to Bryce Vine. All right, we bounced. Maybe. $6.35, Ben. Let's go. I'm looking for a break and a retest of this yellow trend line. Or more like a break of this blue line first. I guess both could happen. Okay, we're at your level. Let's see what it does. Ten minutes till 12 at the point of control, at the VWAP, at a pivot point, at the EMA. If I went in long, we'd be taking heat right now. So the press secretary Levitt said that they're going to announce 7 countries that agreed on tariff terms, and they were going to announce those within this week. So anytime they announce that, we could just boom to the upside real quick, about 800,000 points. All right, if this red candle is a small doge indecisive, and the next candle is a green, possibly go long. That would be a lower low, higher low. It'd be above this area, the 600s area. Man, Nvidia looking like it's getting a green candle, maybe. Microsoft's dropping a little more. Amazon's dropping. Wait till 12. Alright, I'm gonna get rid of some trend lines here. I want to put another one here. Series of same size red candles, man. What is that? That is 30-point move. 30-point. Almost 30. Almost 30. 4 30-point candles found the 5-minute going down. Go long till the 600s. Yeah, I mean that. It's a good level. That's a good possibility, Ben. Bounce at the 600s. Retest the yellow trend line. A short would be a breakthrough the 600s, retest of the 600s, and a drop back down. Yeah, you're right. I mean, it could be a 15, 10-point stop. $10, 9 minutes till almost 8 minutes till 12. Nvidia's dropping some more. That was a good short, man. Damn. 122 points. 130-point drop. Palantir could be reversing right now. Microsoft could be hitting a higher low on the day. Tesla could be a higher low. Amazon could be a higher low. Apple's a higher low. Possibly. Man, that long. Let me see what it would have been. $740 if we played that long at 605. Let's wait. Wait till 12. Missed out on that short, so there's no point in getting in yet. And then you got 12 liquidity. I would call it liquidity. I know people go to lunch. Yeah, you're right. That's because that's where stops would be. Actually, an entry at 590 to 585 would be perfect because the stops would be about this area. Oh, sorry. I was on the other screen. 590 and 580. My alert got hit. This is where stops would be, I think. And then if we break this, we're coming down here, and stops would be right here. Sorry about that. Hold on. Hold on. Bin subservice. Come on. Bounce off that 15-minute range. Yeah, I just don't know if I want that drawdown though. It's my hesitation because I lost $1,000 already. Three minutes left on this 5-minute candle. It's gonna hunt these stops because they know people are long here. Palantir and Tesla turning up. Nvidia's turning up. $12 o'clock. 2.5 minutes. I want a quick drop. Yeah, is that? You're right. I mean, they do play games like that. Yes, is that a pivot point? Just broke a pivot point. And look at that orderly sell-off. All right, stops are hit. Is there enough momentum to keep dropping it? Because this is where the initial longs came in, and then they wouldn't feel heat until they were right here at 480. "22 seconds to 12 o'clock. Man, this thing could just jump at 12. Or it could drop real hard at 12. Maybe. All right, 12 o'clock. What's it going to do? It's going to trap people. People expecting to go long here. Scared, Ben. How much heat? 400. Damn. I know. Let's see. There's huge wicks on the 1 minute down there. 2 minutes left on this candle. just feel like we're gonna get a kick down hard. Entering longs down here is scary because it's at the bottom of this last movement. Purgatory.
Makes impressions on the inside of her thigh. There are little feathered Indians where we tussle through the night.
$30 seconds. Yeah, I already exited. I got stopped out at $115. This thing's gonna drop hard. All right, we've got this triple bottom visiting. This is just another pull of liquidity. Where's the other pivot point? We have another pivot point at 18,462. Are we down 2.1% on the day? 2.1% on the day. Oh, that's right, we got a speaker. And then we got Pal speaking. $130. We never retested that trend that we broke. Scared to go long. If this 5-minute candle ends up turning green, Microsoft could be turning around right now. This could be the reversal. Yeah. Yeah, I know. I know what that means. It's just a huge bottom wick. It's also a large red candle volume. Red volume candle. $130. Powell speaks at 130. Will this thing pop up to 130? All right, we could reject here. This blue line. 600s. All right, man. I'll see you upon. I think we might be basing out here. That's a large bottom wick. All right, good rejection off the 600s. Short. See ya, Ben. Oh, all right, man. I wasn't gonna close up. I was gonna probably eat something. But man, I don't want to miss out on a lunchtime trade.
Is my crew on? What are you on? We've been uptown cruising in the Yukon. Got a couple girls on my living room futon, and they about to wake, so better get a move on. Better get some food on. Cause when I'm hungry, I'm a prick. I ate a Snickers, but a Snick ain't doing shit. Argue over sushi or Italian for a bit. I say sake bombs. This is something we agree upon. Later on, we'll go off to the bar. A hand full of cash and a brain full of stars. I'm more thrown than a food fight. Feeling too right. Margarita by the poolside. Wow, this is all I ever wanted in life. Yeah, this is all I ever wanted tonight. We say 40 ounces and a pack of ranch, sunflower seeds, 40 answers to the question she's asking me.
Man, I want to go long right now.
Doing later on, I got nowhere to be. No, yeah, hey, and we've been roaming for a while, coast to coast, the bamboo.
26 seconds on this candle. Let's wait.
Kicking up dust on the road to Russell when we was very little. Malcolm in the middle. I fly by in that all white coupe, looking so clean in that all white suit. And them pretty black girls from them Afro roots, long legs, big hair, and them tie-dye hoops. Later on, move along to the Ville, a warm summer home where the broads wanna chill. I'm thinking waves and I'm thinking sun, thinking limes and I'm thinking rum, thinking maybe you and I move away from the crowd. Got a little room in the back of the house, and everything's cool. Girl, we go together like water in a pool, and we say 40 ounces and a pack of ranch, sunflower seeds, 40 answers to the question she's asking me. What you doing later on? I got nowhere to be.
The local highs. What do you mean? On what time frame? Or are you talking about the highs of the day haven't been broken yet? From the Globex. These highs. Oh, actually, I was on this different screen. Talking about these highs? The one from Globex Open and from pre-market 4:30 and 11:30.
Sunflower seeds, 40 answers to the question she's asking of me. What you doing later on? I got nowhere to be.
Oh, the last few candles. Local, okay. Well, yeah, because it's consolidating, possibly. Yeah, you're right. On my idea of going long. If we're going to continue to go lower, that could be one leg. One leg. Yeah, at the highs of 600s.
She woke up one day with the rising of the sun, surrounded by fields of grain. Hopped on a plane, never to return. Destination had the pain. Landed in the middle of a big blue sea, and before she had time to unpack, she listened to the sound of the waves on the shore and knew that she was never going back. Stay the course, you can't turn back. You might get scared.
How many points are we down? Roughly 350. Lows with the rider if it's still a continued short. Yeah, that's a nice range. 22 points, $200. You'd be $400 profit there. Then leave one runner down to test these lows before Powell speaks. I'll be right back.
Get scared, but you're only thinking about ways you can lose the path. It's all harmful distractions. Stay the course in the changing sea. Tides turning in such a land. Thinking about trying to take another from me, take another from me. Yeah, stay the course. You can't turn back. You might get scared, might get lonely. Thinking about ways you can lose the path. It's all harmful distractions. Stay the course in the changing sea. Tides turning in such a land. Thinking about trying to take another from me, take another from me.
Still just holding. Still holding. And breaking.
Let's meet at sunset on the pier. Southside green lights make me feel so real. Well, let's make this feeling last all year. Let's watch the fireworks. Colors light up oceans in the sky. Well, let's make this feeling last all year. Don't want, 'cause baby, I'm ready. Now it's so late, but baby, I'm ready. I know I'm gonna be happy when the sun goes down. I feel it in my bones. We're gonna get lucky, living out loud. I feel it in my bones. Everybody gets burned, everybody goes black.
Do we fail to continue dropping? No.
Sun goes down, feel it in my bones. Oh, I feel it in my bones. Well, let's watch the stars from such great heights. Lightning in a bottle here tonight. Well, let's make
And Nvidia's still dropping. Amazon's dropping. Tesla's dropping. We're at the low of the day on Tesla, Nvidia, possibly Apple. Should I play that short from the bottom of the yellow box down to here? Or is it going to snap up? No, see, I'm shorting at the bottom of the range. And then Trump's intending a tariff talk with Japan, so the minute he says something about that, it's going to be ridiculous. All right, next speaker is Powell at 130. Look, I would have shorted there and lost my account. Yeah, but I would be taking heat right now if I shorted down here. Unless I, no. $20. 5-minute candle. Let's see what it does. We could be consolidating here. Broke that trend, bounced off the trend down here. Nvidia has a large bottom wick. Got to break the yellow box, man. We got to break 600s and retest 600s. But I'm thinking about a reversal. Do you think everyone's thinking about a reversal? I'll play a short on the paper account. 2 contracts. That's what I got. Right here. Short now. Could we go to the VWAP and retest the VWAP and the point of control? Scared to short. I think I just need more confirmation. I'm not comfortable trading those ranges, but man. That would have been it, man. You called it. Called it again. Ben. Two minutes on this 5-minute candle and we're still within that range. Fake out to the upside. I want to short and go long, 50% each.
Don't cry, you're mine. Took your poison to the head. 19 years old, I feel half dead. Give me a reason not to turn around, not to leave you here for good. Just know there's nothing you could ever say. Baby, we're done, you're just no good. I remember the days so young and green. I was looking for romance, someone to laugh with. You were the new girl on the scene.
Yeah, I mean, I've been hit so hard on the false breakouts, especially on 5-minute reversals, the 3-bar 5-minute reversals. They kind of got away from very rarely. I mean, I don't know. Sometimes I think I see a 3-bar reversal and then I enter for that movement in the direction that I think it's going, and then it goes in the opposite. So I'm kind of hesitant on going into a 3-bar reversal, even though it is, you know, probable. But like right here, those wicks on the 5-minute, those are big wicks to the up and down side. I mean, these 5-minute candles are small too. Yeah, I mean, if the ES goes to the point of control and the VWAP, if this is if the higher low of the ES is 53, 57 area, and it maintains above that, then here's that short. Another retest to the top of the box to a drop. Here's the position. But we're still in that yellow box. And then the 1 minute shows, let me see what the 100 tick chart looks like. $500 tick has resistance at 600. 1,000 has resistance at 600. Here's a break above 600. Man, Nvidia, everything's going up. Man, is this a fake out? Tesla just popped up. Apple. Yeah, you're right. They're not letting it wick up. But a wick up would indicate a lot of selling pressure bringing the price back down. Like right here, we have 50% pressure. And then right now, it's still, we're moving up, but sellers are pushing the price down on that 5-minute. Microsoft could be moving up. ES, still no movement on ES. I'm going to draw a box on the ES range. Those wicks, man. The wicks to the top and down side. Look at that selling wick. Buyers are trying to push through it. We might reject 600 again, which is the top of the box. Yeah, you're talking about the wicks on the downside, so the top wicks, right? Testing 600s again. You know how at noon, like around lunchtime, like price either moves up or down really quickly during lunchtime, like algos kick in or something? That's what I expect to happen. Yeah, I know. You could be right. I'm playing it on the paper account. Man, we just moved up. Retest. Do you get a retest at the top of the box? Or you hit resistance here and go down. Maybe that was the fake out. And huge red candles on the Mag 7. .40 movement. $900, $900 on that short from earlier. Yeah, possibly. I see that on the 1 minute over here. The 1,000 chick and the 1,000 chick. 1,000 tick and the 100 tick chart. 1,000 tick chart. Where'd it go? Where did it go? Oh, it changed. Up 1,000. Back to 900. I want to short now, but I'm shorting the bottom. Should have shorted at the top. I thought it was going to break out. That's like the inverse of what I should be thinking. I'm thinking the opposite. Then I toast my account doing that. Long enough here for that 1,000 tick bump. I'm going to reverse the trade on the, I'm going to reverse it over here. All right, 50% retracement. I'm looking on this red candle. Yeah, she's short now. It's a 5-minute 3-bar reversal possibly. We only got 30 minutes before Powell speaks. We could come all the way down here before Powell speaks. 50% retracement, come on. Got stopped out on that long. If we went long there at that trend. But then this kick down would have closed up stops probably. All right, let's look for a 50% retracement. If we reject at 585, we'll try to go short. But let's keep in mind the 1,000 tick bullish sentiment. I think it might drop till Powell speaks. $2 down today. So we got Nvidia, Microsoft, Tesla, and Amazon with some pretty large green candles on the 5-minute. Just guessing. 50% rejection on this red candle on the 5-minute. That'd be higher lows on the day. We retested this blue trend line and bounced off it. I would consider that a bounce off that blue trend line. $30 seconds left on this candle. I don't know. Man, everything's dropping right now. It's gonna go up and hit that box. Sure shorted there. Let's see. I'm gonna step away and get some lunch. I'll be back. Should we be reversing right now?
She only wears black with her hair back. Pack of cigarettes up in the bra strap. Got me caught like I stepped in a bear trap. With that witchcraft till I crawl back. When you're next to me, I'm in ecstasy. See the sorceress has got the recipe.
That would have been a good re-short. 1300. We had a pop up and a drop. We can still come down here to the support area. Oh, wrong one. Damn. Damn, I hit the wrong button. I thought I was paper trading.
This girl is bad for me, but naturally this what attracted me. Before I thought it was just a passing thing, but after weeks went past, she got more attached. She's no longer
Damn.
looking at us as a fling. It seemed to happen, but can't resist the bitch. Wanted to tell her it's over, but the minute that I get the nerve, she starts to strip again. It's like I'm waiting at a visit with a hypnotist. She used her lips to be manipulative. She told me that was enough. I told her, bitch, you wish, but truthfully, I'm becoming a bit obsessed. And it concerns me. I'm beginning to think that she's a wicked witch. I rented a room and all the witch spilling on candles in a circle with my picture in the middle. Scribble, triple six, pentagrams, and symbols written on the mirror. What should I do? Baby, quick, let me closer. I'm telling you, this chick is my controller. Tats all up on the skin with a choker. Come and be the Harley Quinn to my Joker. Something I never seen before. Every single time I hit, I'm feeling more. And my hands are always drawn to you. Even when I'm using Ouija boards and I'm needing more. Cause you gotta be some type of venom. Check the toxicology. My curiosity is working constantly. She embodies the sirens from the Odyssey. Until I'm wobbly, losing my balance. And you cast another spell and then it's happening and running through my body like a pathogen. And then I'm back again. What should I do?
Damn. That would have been a good trade. Short. That would have been a good trade short.
Yeah, so I'm in the top line right now. I'm short from 559, looking for a break of new lows today, looking for this mini sell off. I made not a stupid mistake, but obviously it's easy to look back and say it was a stupid mistake on hindsight. Last night during slow markets, I was building a short position right in the like right around 16,700, and I didn't have my stop loss tightened up quite a bit. Was it relative trade? Closed it out right before I ended the trade on downtown.
They're still dropping.
Went to the bed, went, had dinner, came back, and I was looking for exactly the same thing. I ended up getting short again on the breakdown, and it kind of hit my loss. And then when I woke up this morning, it was really heavy down here. So it was one of those things. That's what I was saying last night. It's not the exact way to go at the end of the day. Okay, I was screwed, but this is just the path, the direction I took.
Are we popping up or is this just a fake out?
You see it every single time. I mean, I kind of pisses me off when traders will see something and they don't, they blow it up. They simply just screw it up. And that's just part of learning, right? You got to either learn it the hard way or learn it from someone else's mistakes. But sizing down, I cannot tell traders how important it is to size down. Trade one micro or two micros until you feel confident, and then
Everybody wants to see this move to the upside.
size down. I just traders ask trades or whatever. It's so much false. You can't really judge traders. You can tell my husband and dad when we get up. And yeah, I can say it. They're my angels. Every day, every week, starting with the ICs every day. That's what we do. That's what they say. So it's
That's a big 5-minute candle up. It's gonna fake me out.
we're going to be getting some decent B's here. If we can.
We're hitting that resistance.
Everybody with modern psychology. Anybody with one for upset. That's the
Minute 55 left.
Yeah, it's just the same process of a profit. It's the same process that you use to make a same exact process. Put it in, market it, get your commission.
Minute left on this candle. I'm gonna go long. You pull back a little bit.
Yeah, this is the yeah, this is exactly what I was referring to. This is the minutes off
Come on.
where it's 30-second lead days.
Pull back a little. Let's continue going up.
All the losses are. But diving into it, the winning trades 77%. That's not crazy. That's not crazy for this trader is able to take a loss. Look at the risk reward.
22 seconds.
1.5 to 1. But more importantly, look at the size of the wins and the losses, everybody. $38, $34. Not just all accounts. $34 loss. Average daily trading account. Take a loss. Good example.
4, 3, 2, 1. New candle.
July 11 after bond close at $20 a micro. Average daily trading. Good sizing. Good sizing. Imagine super excited, sharing it today, right? This is a win. If you're a swing trader, you have a losing day.
We have Powell speaking at 1:30.
Predicted like this, and
So 10 minutes.
one of the 10 lead days, this is Powell is
All right, Powell's speaking in 6 minutes. I got it on CNBC. It's on YouTube, so it'll be delayed.
How you gonna live with your eyes closed tight? Give me one night, give me one night. You take a picture and remember you by. I'll be loving you till the day I die. How you gonna live with your eyes closed
50% retracement on this candle. Although we could drop hard if Powell starts speaking too. So.
Dixieland.
4 minutes till Powell.
Chillin', treating life like it's a magazine. 17 and making money, with no doubt. Had a crush on Gwen Stefani, you no doubt. Like I woke up inside a new Bugatti. Let's roll out. Nobody told me this was just a hobby. You know now, but if you didn't, then you probably would've got it. I remember breaking even, now we at it, making profit. I ain't trying to take the throne, but baby, give me options like I'm Geno Smith. I tell them do it on your own, me and Keena did. And now we trying to take the road less traveled. Cause sometimes the best shit see
60 seconds for Powell. Go ahead and wait for Powell to come on. We're reaching 600 again. Got to break 600 and hold it. We got the point of control, the VWAP at 627. We could hit stops all the way up to here and then come back down. Watching for a reversal, retest of 5400s on the ES. Nvidia is starting to look strong again. Nothing new. Look at that drop. Let's go. Come on. Did we buy or short? Come on. Gold's dropping.
Here in the room in Chicago and the countless others joining us virtually from around the country are a testament to the importance and the timeliness of today's topics and speaker. Today, we have the great privilege of hearing from the Honorable Jerome Powell, Chair of the Board of Governors of the Federal Reserve System. Today's a little special, so out of respect for our speakers and because we're
We're gonna do a
broadcasting
practice
this
buy.
program live, I would ask that you please remain seated and quiet during the program so that we all can gain the full benefit of Chair Powell's remarks. And now it's my pleasure to welcome my friend Austin Goolsbee, the President and CEO of the Federal Reserve Bank of Chicago, a renowned economist and our fellow ECC member. Austin, take it away.
Thanks, Debbie. It is a real pleasure and delight. Should I move that for you? To introduce our guests, two of the firmament of economics and finance. First, let me introduce the moderator, my friend and professor at the University of Chicago Booth School of Business, Dr. Raghu Rajan, the Catherine Dusick Miller Distinguished Service Professor. He is a world expert on banking, corporate finance, economic development, author of numerous award-winning books, was himself as a scholar winner of the Fisher Black Prize, which goes to the greatest financial researcher under age 40. He's since over age 40, but he was the inaugural
Order
winner.
filled.
He is a member of the Group of 30, and he was the 23rd governor of the Reserve Bank of India, and before that, chief economist and director of research at the International Monetary Fund. You probably know him as a regular contributor to the Financial Times. He speaks extensively on economic and financial issues. Please give a warm welcome to Professor Rajan.
Order filled.
And then our featured speaker will be Jerome Powell, the 16th chair of the Board of Governors of the Federal Reserve System. As head of the U.S. Central Bank, as you know, Chair Powell plays a crucial role in the country's monetary policy, oversees major financial institutions, and maintains economic and financial stability in this country. He was first appointed as a board member of the Fed by President Obama in 2012. He was subsequently elevated to chair of the Fed by President Trump in 2018, and then renominated to his post by President Biden in 2021. He has the respect of members of both parties, and I believe that no
All right, it looks like our next level is going to be 18,351.
deal with more and very challenging issues than Chair Powell has had to deal with. From the pandemic to fighting inflation to bank runs and on and on. His leadership at the Fed has been a steady hand and one of the all-time greats. Before coming to the Fed, Chair Powell was a visiting scholar at the Bipartisan Policy Center in Washington, D.C. He first entered public service at the Treasury Department under President George H.W. Bush, with responsibility for financial institutions, the Treasury debt market, related areas. Outside of public service, Chair Powell has worked as a lawyer, an investment banker, and been a partner at the Carlyle Group. In addition to his service on corporate boards, he served on boards of charitable and educational institutions, including the Bendham Center for Finance at Princeton and the Nature Conservancy of Washington, D.C. and Maryland. He is a D.C. native, received a BA in politics from Princeton and a law degree from Georgetown University, where he was editor of the Georgetown Law Journal. Please welcome to the Economic Club of Chicago again, Chair Jerome Powell.
Thank you and good afternoon. It's great to be back in Chicago. And thanks for that kind introduction, Austin. So I'm looking forward to my conversation with Professor Rajan Raghu. But first I'll briefly discuss the outlook for the economy and monetary policy. So at the Fed, we are always focused on the dual mandate goals that Congress has given us: maximum employment and stable prices. Despite heightened uncertainty,
I think we're coming down to
and
here.
risks, the U.S. economy is still in a solid position. The labor market is at or near maximum employment. Inflation
We have a
has
bearish
come down
flag
a
forming.
great deal, but is still running a bit above our 2% objective. Turning briefly to the incoming data, we'll get the initial reading on first quarter GDP in a couple of weeks. The data we have in hand so far suggests that growth has slowed in the first quarter of this year from last year's solid pace.
Retesting the
Despite
Globex
strong
low.
vehicle sales, overall consumer spending appears to have grown modestly. In addition, strong imports during the first quarter, reflecting attempts by businesses to get ahead of potential tariffs, are expected to weigh on GDP growth. Surveys of households and businesses report a sharp decline in sentiment and elevated uncertainty about the outlook, largely reflecting trade policy concerns. Outside forecasts for the full year are coming down, and for the most part, point to continued slowing, but still positive growth. We are closely tracking incoming data as households and businesses continue to digest these developments. In the labor market, during the first 3 months of this year, Non-farm payrolls grew by an average of 150,000 jobs per month. While job growth has slowed relative to last year, the combination of low layoffs and lower labor force growth has kept the unemployment rate in a low and stable range. Meanwhile, the ratio of job openings to unemployed job seekers has remained just above 1, near its pre-pandemic level. Wage growth has continued to moderate while still outpacing inflation. Overall, the labor market appears to be in solid condition and broadly in balance, and is not a significant source of inflationary pressure. As for our price stability mandate, inflation has significantly eased from its pandemic highs of mid-2022 without the kind of painful rise in unemployment that has frequently accompanied efforts to bring down high inflation. Progress on inflation continues at a gradual pace, and recent readings remain above our 2% objective. Estimates based on the most recent data from last week show that total headline PCE prices rose 2.3% over the 12 months ending in March, and that excluding the volatile food and energy categories, core prices rose 2.6%. Looking ahead, looking forward, the new administration is in the process of implementing substantial policy changes in 4 distinct areas: trade, immigration, fiscal policy, and regulation. These policies are still evolving, and their effects on the economy remain highly uncertain. As we learn more, we will continue to update our assessment. The level of tariff increases announced so far is significantly larger than anticipated, and the same is likely to be true of the economic effects, which will include higher inflation and slower growth. Both survey and market-based measures of near-term inflation expectations have moved up significantly, with survey participants pointing to tariffs. Survey measures of longer-term inflation expectations, for the most part, appear to remain well anchored as well. Market-based break-evens continue to run close to 2%. So, as we gain a better understanding of the policy changes, we'll have a better sense of the implications for the economy and hence for monetary policy. Tariffs are highly likely to generate at least a temporary rise in inflation. The inflationary effects could also be more persistent. Avoiding that outcome will depend on the size of the effects, on how long it takes for them to pass through fully to prices, and ultimately on keeping longer-term inflation expectations well anchored. Our obligation is to keep longer-term inflation expectations
18,400, bounced off it.
that a one-time increase in the price level does not become an ongoing inflation problem. As we act to meet that obligation, we will balance our maximum employment and price stability mandates, keeping in mind that without price stability, we cannot achieve the long periods of strong labor market conditions that benefit all Americans. We may find ourselves in the challenging scenario in which our dual mandate goals are in tension. If that were to occur, we would consider
How much longer we got to drop to this level?
And the potential
100
different time
points.
horizons over which those respective gaps would be anticipated to close. As that great Chicagoan Ferris Bueller once noted, life moves pretty fast. For the time being, we are well positioned to wait for greater clarity before considering any adjustments to our policy stance. We continue to analyze the incoming data, the evolving outlook, and the balance of risks. We understand that elevated levels of unemployment or inflation can be damaging and painful for communities, families, and businesses. We will continue to do everything we can to achieve our maximum employment.
That was a good bounce.
Thank you, and I look forward to our discussion.
I just think we're coming down here still. 128 points. Maybe
Thank you
not.
very much, Chair Powell.
If we break that
for those
trend.
remarks. I look forward to your elaborating on them. in the
Come up
course
here
of the next
to
40 minutes or so.
462 and drop back
I understand
down.
Last time you were here, Melody Hobson interviewed you. Well, I'm a poor substitute, but I'll try and compensate in the quality of the questions. As you repeatedly emphasize, communication and transparency are very important for the Fed. I would like to get more from you on some of what you just said. As a former central banker, the only sort of caution I've been given by the economic club is to not lapse into central bank speak. So I'll try my best not to do that. Let me start by saying you've guided the Fed through some really difficult events, including the pandemic, the dash for cash in March 2020, the great inflation, the banking crisis centered around Silicon Valley Bank, and then over the course of the last year, we've seen a growing possibility of a Fed-engineered soft landing. And now, it seems like everything has changed. In the course of a couple of months, JP Morgan has shifted to estimating the probability of a recession this year at around 60%. What do you think about all this?
Well, first of all, thank you for being here today. It's a pleasure to be here with you. Actually, the appearance I did here was my very first appearance as chair 7.5 years ago, so it's great to be back. And I would agree with you that it's been an eventful 7 years. Putting it mildly, I keep waiting for the 3 months of calm, that never comes. But to your question, I guess to set the stage, let's look back at 2024. 2024 was a year where the economy grew 2.4%. Unemployment remained in the low 4s, close to mainstream estimates of maximum employment. And
Breaking down again. I think we're coming down here to 18,300.
That's the economy that we had, and I won't decide how to characterize that, but that's where things were. Where we are now, again to your question, is the administration is, as I mentioned in my remarks, is implementing significant policy changes, and particularly trade now is the focus. And the effects of that are likely to move us away from our goals. So unemployment is likely to go up as the economy slows in all likelihood, and inflation is likely to go up as tariffs find their way, and some part of those tariffs come to be paid by the public. So that's the strong likelihood. And my hope is that we'll get through this and get back. Well, we're always going to be aiming for maximum employment and price stability. That's what we do. I do think we'll be moving away from those goals probably for the balance of this year, and then, or at least not making any progress, and then we'll resume that progress as we can.
Let's talk a little more about tariffs. I mean, you recognize that some of the effects of the tariffs will be one-off, transitory, but you also have said that perhaps they will give room for a number of firms to raise prices. You mentioned dryers. When washing machine prices went up because of tariffs, dryer prices also went up in tandem, even though they weren't tariffed. What's your sense about the effects of tariffs on inflation? What would make them more persistent? And what would make them have effects on growth?
So in a kind of a simple starting point is one tariff comes in that gets passed along in prices and raises inflation, but it's just a one-time thing. So the price level goes up, and that's it. But that can happen in some circumstances, but it depends on a number of things which we don't know yet. And I would point to
351.
Three of them actually. One is just the size of the effects, and as I mentioned, the tariffs are larger than forecasters had expected, certainly larger than we expected, even in our upside case. We looked at a range of cases, so that's one. The second one is how long does it take for the tariffs to have their effects on inflation? To the extent it takes longer and longer, that raises the
We're at
risk
3% right now.
to experience higher inflation. They'll come to expect it, and companies will come to expect it. So that risks higher inflation. And the third is just what I mentioned in my speech, which is my remarks, which is got to keep inflation expectations well anchored. So if we have those three things under control, that's what it will take. And indeed, our role is to make sure that this will be a one-time increase in prices and not something that turns into an ongoing inflation process. That's a big part of our job.
What about the effects of tariffs on quantities? With the level of tariffs that, for example, have been currently applied in China, there's a fear that the supply chain may get disrupted, that firms may not be able to import relevant stuff from China given the level of prices. If it turns into a supply shock, would the Fed's response be different than if it was primarily something which affected?
We bounced at that level,
So
351.
I had dinner at the Chicago Fed last night, and with a number of
See if we retest it.
directors of various parts of the Chicago Fed.
I'm
And
waiting for that support
many of
area.
them are CEOs of significant companies, and they this uncertainty that they're feeling, and
We're
the
at
issue with
3.1%
imported components to the
down.
process is just a huge issue. But with if you look back at the pandemic, if you remember, there was a shortage of semiconductors, and that led to a shortage of cars at a time of extremely high car demand. And it was a prolonged shortage because production couldn't keep up, and that led to one of the things that led to an extended period of inflation. So when you think about supply disruptions, that is the kind of thing that can take time to resolve, and it can lead what would have been a one-time inflation shock to be extended, perhaps more persistent, and we would worry about that. In this case, you can look at the car companies, which their supply chains
All right.
are likely seem to be on track to be disrupted significantly, and you
Let's
would
buy
worry
one
that
down
the
here.
process will take some years, and that the inflationary process might be extended. So these are all of this is highly uncertain. We're thinking now, really before the tariffs have their effects, and how they might affect the economy, and that's why we're waiting really to see what the policies ultimately are, and then we can make a better assessment of what the economic effects will be.
Let's move to immigration. You talked about the labor markets being in reasonable equilibrium right now. Of course, what we've seen over the last few months, months of the previous administration continuing into this administration, is immigration has fallen off considerably. What's your sense on how that will affect the labor market?
So part of why growth was so strong in the last couple of years was just very high levels of immigration, and those people went to work. The economy hired them. There was a lot of demand. We were still working off the labor shortage. What's happened since the prior administration changed their policy, as you mentioned, immigration has fallen very sharply, and therefore the growth of workers has really stopped. It's really stagnant. But at the same time, demand has also fallen, and so demand for workers, so payroll job creation has also fallen, and they've kind of fallen in tandem, which is why the unemployment rate has been pretty stable for about a year. So in a way, demand and coincidentally perhaps to some extent, demand and supply for workers has fallen. In terms of the effect on the labor market, right now we're still at full employment, and labor force participation is still strong. Wages have moved back down to levels that are now pretty sustainable, given an assumption about productivity. So the labor market's in a really good place. Longer term, the effects of immigration are not thought to matter much for inflation. The effects on demand and supply will more or less cancel each other out. So we wouldn't expect there to be a big impact on inflation.
You've seen in recent weeks substantial talk about layoffs in government,
Maybe.
as well as freezes in research establishments and universities.
We could go to 300,
jobs.
18,300. Although right
how
now,
soon and how big will this be in its impact on labor markets?
So it's too soon to say, but what I can say is, of course, the people being laid off in government, this is highly significant to them. We don't know how big that's going to be. Right now, it's not big enough to affect a workforce of 170 million people materially. In terms of the cutbacks in funding and for science and things like that, we do see in areas, particularly in cities that have a lot of universities and research hospitals and research institutions, we're really hearing significant layoffs and significant impacts on employment. I don't know how much that will total up to. And of course, in addition,
this could be a pop-up for a continued move downward.
Implications for economic growth,
Got
for productivity, for health, for all kinds of things. But those are very
1 minute left on this candle.
in real time.
Now, given
That was a good entry.
we're talking about
On the
future,
paper
we may
account.
be confronted in the not so distant future with both higher levels of unemployment as well as potentially higher inflation. And of course, the policies that each one requires could be different. You talked a little bit at the podium about how the Fed would see these two and how it would address it. Just giving you a chance again to elaborate on that.
Right. So most of the time, when the economy is weak, inflation is low, and unemployment is high, and both of those call for lower interest rates to support activity, and vice versa. So most of the time, the two goals are not in tension, and they're not really in tension now. The labor market is still strong, but the shock that we're experiencing, the impulses we're feeling, are for higher unemployment and higher inflation, and our tool only does one of those two things at the same time. So it's a difficult place.
We could get another red candle.
To be in terms of what to do, and so we, the best we can do is we actually have a little provision.
40 seconds left.
In our consensus statement, which is the thing that we vote on to embody how we approach these questions. What we say is we will look at how far each of the two, how far
3.1% down on the day.
And then we'll ask, might there be different paces at which they would approach those goals? We'll look at those things.
Retesting this trend line.
And we'll make what will no doubt be a very difficult judgment. Again, we're not experiencing that now, but we could well be in that situation, as I mentioned in my remarks.
8 seconds.
I just want to pick up on a word that is often used today, uncertainty. As a
New candle.
respondent to a Dallas Fed survey said, I've never felt more uncertainty about my business in my entire 40-plus years career. The worry today is not just about immediate policy uncertainty, but an entire change in the US's economic philosophy. Not just policy uncertainty, so to speak, but structural uncertainty. One of the effects, as you've pointed out, of higher levels of uncertainty is that firms postpone investment. For instance, even after the tariffs stabilize, firms that contemplate reshoring production facilities will hesitate, not knowing if the tariffs will be reversed in the future, maybe by the next administration. How do you take such longer-term uncertainty into account in your policies?
Let me just agree that what comes back very strongly, and everyone will understand this. These are very fundamental changes in, long held in some cases policies in the United States, and there's not any real experience. I mean, the Smoot-Hawley tariffs were actually not this large, and they were 95 years ago, so there isn't a modern experience of how to think about this. And businesses and households are saying in surveys that they're experiencing incredibly high uncertainty. There's a lot of research, some of it from the Fed, showing that does lead to businesses and households stepping back from decisions, which of course makes common sense. And you hope that that's something that you go through a phase, and then you know what things become more certain, and therefore people can resume normal economic activities given their understanding of what is the new normal. I mean, your question really is, what if the uncertainty remains high? I think that's a difficult environment. I think people's expected rates of return would have to be higher. I think people would that would weigh on, to me, investment just in general. If the United States were to become a jurisdiction where risks are just structurally higher going forward, that would make us less attractive as a jurisdiction. We don't know that at this point, but I think that would be the effect.
Well, let me turn to financial markets. We've seen some volatility, especially stock market volatility. I mean, the levels of the VIX are up to the levels they were at the early days of the pandemic, coming off somewhat now.
Order filled.
Some people believe the Fed will intervene if the stock market plummets, the so-called Fed put. Are they correct?
Order filled.
I'm going to say no with an explanation.
Order filled.
Lost that account.
What I think
Damn.
is going on in markets is
Woo!
markets are processing what's going on, and it's really the policies, particularly the trade policy, and really the question is, where's that going to come in? Where's that going to land?
Should have just waited and entered here.
And until we know that, we can't really make informed assessments that would still be highly uncertain. Once you know what the policies are, it'll still be highly uncertain what markets are struggling with a lot of uncertainty, and that means volatility. But having said that, markets are functioning, conditional on being in such a challenging situation. Markets are doing what they're supposed to do. They're orderly and they're functioning just about as you would expect them to function.
So we've seen volatility also in the bond market, and at a time when usually there's a flight to safety.
Order filled.
We saw yields on the German bond.
Man, so close to passing. And I blew it.
Down, but we saw yields on U.S. Treasuries go up. What do you attribute this to?
So I would just say the same thing. I think it's very hard to know in real time. I've had a lot of experience with significant moves, for example, in the bond market, where there's a narrative
Order
that you will
filled.
land on, and then 2 months later you look back and go, that was completely wrong. So I think it's very premature to say exactly what's going on. Clearly, there's some delevering going on among hedge funds in levered trades and things like that. It's also, again, it's the market's processing historically unique developments and with great uncertainty. And I think you'll probably see continued volatility. But I wouldn't try to be definitive about exactly what's causing that. I would just say markets are orderly and they're functioning kind of as you would expect them to in this time.
Should have waited. This is where I wanted to get in.
So the Fed in its last meeting slowed the pace of shrinking of its balance sheet. Was this driven by uncertainty about how much reserves and liquidity the market needed, and you
See,
wanted
man,
to take a little more time?
I would have
to
definitely
calm down?
passed it.
Order filled.
And flip side, you said the market
Damn.
was orderly.
Should have just waited.
What if market disruptions emerge? Would the Fed intervene?
So we think that reserves are still abundant. So we don't think we're close to the point, particularly close to the point where we would stop. But we were facing a situation in which, for other reasons, there were going to be big flows into and out of reserves as it had to do with the debt ceiling and the Treasury General account. For those of you who are Treasury market people, that'll make sense. But while those big flows are happening for over a period of 6 months, we would actually be shielded from being able to see evidence that we were or were not getting close to the level of less abundant reserves. And so we decided to slow the pace. We thought about pausing, and instead we debated it. One of these great debates that we have at the FOMC, we decided to slow the pace instead. And people really came to see the merits of that because, the slower we go, the less the smaller the balance sheet can get without disruptions. And we want that process to continue, and now it's at quite a slow pace. So we think that's a really good thing. So that means it can go on for a longer amount of time, and we'll be able to reach kind of very carefully what we think is the right level of reserves. Still plenty of reserves.
What about the international dollar-based scene? With all these disruptions, do you stand ready to supply dollars to central banks as you've done in the past when there's been a global shortage of dollars?
Sure, absolutely we do. Just for everyone's knowledge, we have standing dollar swap lines with 5 large central banks, and they go to the jurisdictions where there are big overseas dollar funding markets. And in fact, those are overseas markets where, for example, a European or Asian institution is buying an asset-backed security that is backed by loans to American consumers. So in effect, these are loans to American consumers. And we support that. We want to make sure that dollars are available. They need dollar funding to hold those dollar assets. So the way it works is, when needed, we lend to the central bank in dollars, and they pay us back in dollars. They then pay in their currency. They lend on in dollars, and so we take no credit risk or anything like that. And it supports dollar funding markets. Dollar funding markets are very sensitive during times of crisis, and it's very helpful. The reason we do it is it's really good for U.S. Consumers. So we'll continue to do that, just as part of the dollar being a reserve currency, the reserve currency most important, and we will do that.
You mentioned amongst the issues.
I entered a long up here at this blue line, and I wanted to wait to down here, and I should have waited to down here like I wanted to do.
And
I was just being impatient.
What are your thoughts on the longer-term implications for interest rates?
Man, that one was such a good
How much
fucking
lower can we in terms of national debt before we cross a
Good
line
performance.
that might be unsustainable in the long term.
So
Look at that.
the U.S. is
Lost
US
it
federal debt is
on
at
a
an unsustainable
fucking
level.
drop.
It's not at an unsustainable level, and no one really knows how much further we can go. Other countries over time have gone much farther, but we're now, we're running very large deficits at full employment, and this is a situation that we
Yeah, you'd have to fast forward to about
sooner rather than have to, and sooner is better than later.
1:40
In terms of if
in the
Fed's
afternoon on
from,
the
my
video.
time working on these issues, it's not the Fed's issue, but if you look at the pie chart of federal spending, the biggest parts and the parts that are growing are Medicare, Medicaid, Social Security, and now interest payments. And so that's really
Down
where the work
3.3%.
has to be done. And those are issues that can only be touched on a bipartisan basis. Neither party can figure out what to do without both parties being at the table. So that's critical. All of this domestic discretionary spending, which is essentially where 100% of the conversation is small as a percentage of federal spending and is declining it's already declining as a percentage of federal spending. So when people are focusing on cutting domestic spending, they're not actually working on the problem. Domestic discretionary spending is already going down. I like to make that point because so much of the dialogue that the politicians offer is about domestic discretionary spending, which is not the issue.
Well, let's turn to stability and regulation. Turning to the U.S. financial sector, we still have some concerns about distressed commercial real estate loans on bank balance sheets, whether they've been fully dealt with so far. There's some sense that they haven't. Add to that the very rapid growth in various forms of private credit over the last few years, which arguably haven't been tested by a full-blown recession. How would you put the resilience of our financial institutions at this point and their ability to weather potentially uncertain times?
So I think our banking system is well capitalized with liquidity and is quite resilient right now to the kinds of shocks that it may face. I do believe that. In terms of the commercial real estate, there are, and this has been the case, really we've been working on this for 4 or 5 years now. There are some banks, it's mostly medium and small size banks who have elevated concentrations of commercial real estate, some of it troubled, and we've been working to make sure that those banks have a plan, have capital, and can absorb the losses that they're doing. So, and that's been going on for some time. The very largest banks don't tend to have high concentrations, so this is a problem that we have known would take years to work through, but we're really well into the process of working through it. In terms of the non-bank financial sector, it's grown enormously. The provision of credit by non-banks has grown just really fast. Most of it has been funded, though, with a private equity-like structure where it's limited partners who are signed up for 10 years to a general partner to invest that money. They're not depositors who can run. Your money's committed. And so that funding model is kind of run-proof. That isn't some law of nature, though. So when you do start to see shorter-term funding creeping in, and to your point, though, Raghu, this very
Should have shorted off the
growing and now
pop
quite
this
large
morning.
private credit part of the economy has not really been through a significant credit event or significant. It's really grown since the pandemic, and so just for that reason and for how fast it's growing, we have a close eye on it.
Looking for a retest at the support area.
Regulation, though, that the banking system has. So we're watching it carefully, and as I mentioned, it's a more stable funding source to the extent its institutional investors signed up for a long period. But we're watching carefully.
Right, wearing my banking research hat, actually banks are also involved in funding these institutions in a big way.
Yeah.
We do know the administration wants to relax regulations in many areas, one of which may well be banking. What can you tell us about the Basel III endgame, so to speak, which is, at this point primarily focused on additional capital for the large banks?
The Fed view, and my view, is that we should proceed to complete the Basel III accord, and we would have to do that, and would look forward to doing that in conjunction with the FDIC and the OCC. But our view is, and I think the bank's view as well, is we should complete that. You need international minimum standards. That's kind of a common good, and we're not bound by them. Really, nothing. The United States has plenty of input into what those accords contain. So our view is strongly that we should complete those, and we could do it, I think, relatively quickly. We're not so very far away from what would be a good, I think, outcome.
Well, let me move to something which is more sort of about technological change and new kinds of instruments, cryptocurrencies. How do you see the potential for more favorable regulations coming on them, and potential risks from that for the system?
So we went through a wave of failures and fraud and things like that were the headlines for a couple of years, and I think what you see now is, and during that period, by the way, we worked with Congress to try to get a legal framework for stable coins, which would have been a nice place to start. We were not successful. I think that the climate is changing, and you're moving into sort of more mainstreaming of that whole sector. So Congress is again looking at both the Senate and the House are looking at a legal framework for stable coins. Depending on what's in it, that's a good idea. We need that. There isn't one now. And stable coins are a digital product that could actually have fairly wide appeal and should contain consumer protections of the typical sorts and transparency, and that's what the Senate and the House are working on. So that's a positive thing. I also think some of the, we took a pretty conservative, and other bank regulators took an even more conservative perspective on the guidance and rules we imposed on banks. I think there'll be some loosening of that, and I think we'll try to do it in a way that preserves safety and soundness, but that permits and fosters appropriate innovation, but that does so in a way that again doesn't put consumers at risk in ways they don't understand or make banks less safe and sound.
You have a policy review underway. Now, surveys recently tell us there seems to be a distinction between a rise in the level of prices, which is what the public seems to worry a lot about, and the rate of increase in prices, which certainly they worry about in passing, but the Fed worries much more about. That is the rate of inflation. So even though we're coming down to 2%, people remember that over the last few years, it's been over 20% increase in prices. So as you start thinking about the policy review, is there any thought about how you might want to address this sort of challenge that it's the path of prices as much as the rate of change which matters?
First of all, I think you're right, and I think the public is right. When we say inflation is back down to 2%, 2.5%, and we think that's a good thing, it is a good thing. But if you're paying 20% more than you were paying in 2021, that doesn't help you much. You're still paying a lot more than you used to be paying for the necessities of life. So it's just another way of saying people hate inflation, and it's easy to understand why. All we can really control is a world in which, in the world we were living in, prices don't go down in the aggregate except in extreme times that we don't want to court. So I don't think we couldn't have a framework where we're going to bring prices down by 10% or something. That's not something we'll be looking at. We're essentially looking at the best way to foster 2% inflation over time. And the things we did back in the changes we made in 2020 were really innovations around what to do when you're stuck near zero. Now we're well above zero, and it may be that we still need to have in our framework a way to deal with that, but perhaps the main case is not one where you're dealing with the effective lower bound, and that would be a framework that looks a lot more like the one that we had before 2020.
Now, one of the tools you brought in to deal with the zero lower bound was quantitative easing. But you've also used quantitative easing to fix disruptions in the financial markets. Are you going going to be more specific about what your objective is with quantitative easing as you go through this review?
So in the beginning, it's typically we're using it for financial market function. That was the case with the global financial crisis and with the pandemic. And we did try to explain ourselves through the pandemic, and our explanations did change. But I think it's fair to say we might have done a better job of being clear about why we were doing it. And that's something that we're aware of and looking at.
I mean, no discussion is complete without talking about AI. With AI coming fast and
Order
furious,
filled.
it could affect productivity, it could affect employment. There are some people who say we will see
Order
for the first
filled.
time technological unemployment in a serious way with AI. What are your thoughts about it, and how will it impact the Fed going forward?
So, like everyone who's been exposed to what it's capable of, it's beyond. I mean, I started thinking about it as like a better version of Google, but it's not. It's like a better version of a person. You know, I mean, it can do amazing things, and so the question is, all through the 250 years of technological innovation.
Damn, that hurt. That one
technology
account.
grows and people worry that it's going to replace human labor and people will be unemployed, and that hasn't been the case. It may be the case in the short run, but in the long run, what it's done is raise human productivity and therefore living standards. So is this going to be the case where it eliminates more jobs than it creates? And we just don't know. I mean, you come back in 20 years, will it be the case that just people are much more productive in their work because of AI, or will it be the case that AI has just replaced a lot of people? And I think it's very hard to say, but it truly is remarkable in what it's capable of. And it's you know, we had a demonstration by a Wharton professor recently, and you speak to it like it's a person, and it kind of responds like a person, and the things that it can do are really amazing. By the way, this is early days. You know, they're talking about even the next couple of years will bring more dramatic breakthroughs. So I think it's one of the 2 or 3 things most likely to bring dramatic change to the economy all around the world in the next 20 years. And I'd say very hard to say how it shakes out.
Let me turn to your job. An important man once said of your job, "It's the greatest job in government." You show up to office once a month and you say, "Let's see, flip a coin." And then everybody talks about you like you're a god. What is it that you normally do every day in the office? Is it fulfilling and, dare I say, enjoyable? And do you really feel like a god?
So I would agree. I think it's the best job in government. I would agree. I really do enjoy it. Yes, I love the job. It's a great honor to serve. It's quite humbling because everybody makes mistakes. It's just the economy is just not very predictable. So all of that is true, and I do what everybody expects me to do. I read. We do a little more reading though as part of our daily. My colleagues and I do part of our daily regime than a typical executive would do. In terms of being a god, I would say that we are blessed with a large number of amply compensated critics who would kind of tend to undercut that. So we don't feel like a god.
So let me go to the more mundane. In that office.
Dang, man, are we gonna hit 5% today?
What are the key indicators you look for? What are the sources of data that you go to as you try and make up your mind?
So to start with labor, there's more labor market data and better reliable labor market data than probably anywhere else, and just a lot of data. It's new jobs, it's wages, it's participation. You can break all of those down in different categories. It's a million different things. So there's a lot of labor market data. It's a great field if you're going into economics because there's just so much to do. So then we look at the inflation data. Also, I keep track of global developments pretty carefully, and I talk to my global counterparts.
We're gonna have another leg go down.
Stay aware of what's going on. Financial financial markets are really
Where will we
important.
go?
And lately, something that we're paying close attention to, as you would expect, what's going on around the world in currency markets and fixed income markets and equity markets. All of that.
18200.
For me, though, my background was more in the private sector and
18068. And then
for most of the
17924.
And I have to talk to outsiders about what they're seeing and what they're dealing with for it to really kind of fit together for me. I can look at only so much data, and but to really get the story and the narrative, it's more talking to outsiders and anecdotal data does help things kind of fit together for me, I would say.
Told us about speaking with business people last night and getting a sense of what was going on in the Midwest. Let me turn to Fed independence. You've reiterated that you intend to stay in office until the end of your term, and that certainly reassured many in financial markets. What are the levers the government or the legislature have to pressure the Fed? And should one worry about threats to the Fed's independence once you're gone?
So our independence is a matter of law. Congress says in our statute we're not removable except for cause.
600 points today.
Seemingly endless terms. So we're protected in the law. So Congress could change that law, but I don't think there's any danger of that. Fed independence has pretty broad support across both political parties and in both sides of the hill. So I think that's not a problem. There's a Supreme Court case people will have read probably in today's journal in which the Supreme Court may decide whether independent agencies generally, whether their authorizing laws can contain a provision that prevents the president from
Should have
firing
shorted
members of a commission other than for cause.
this morning. Wouldn't it even be trading right now?
I think that decision will apply to the Fed, but I don't know. It's a situation that we're monitoring carefully. Generally speaking, Fed independence is very widely understood.
I bet you it's going to skyrocket the minute he stops speaking, like always.
And the point is, we can make our decisions, and we will only make our decisions based on our best thinking, based on our best analysis of the data about what is the way to achieve our dual mandate goals as we can to best serve the American people. That's the only thing we're going to do.
We dropped
We're never going to be influenced by any political pressure. People can
300
say,
points.
That's fine. That's not a problem. But we will do what
non-stop.
Strictly without consideration of political or any other extraneous factors.
Well, I have time for one more question. I know the question that's on all your minds. What are you going to do on interest rates next? But I'm not sure that and I'm not sure you would tell even if you knew. So I'm not going to ask that question. The question I want to ask is a more personal one. What is it that you like to do most at home after an exhausting day flipping coins in the office?
I play one of my guitars. I do Zoom calls with my kids and my grandkids, and I go to the gym a lot too, just to stay in shape.
We need you healthy. We need you healthy. Thank you very much, Chair Powell.
Thank you.
And
All right.
anytime.
Should be getting a move.
On behalf of the Economic Club of Chicago, thank you, Chair Powell and Dr. Rajan, for such a wonderful conversation. You are a national treasure, and I hope all of us can see how important Chair Powell's role is in our business and personal lives. And thank you for sharing your important insights with us. I do want to thank David Snyder and Katie Esposito and the entire ECC team for pulling this together.
We did fail to break that low of the day.
Order filled.
Sinking low before the tide. Oh, love fades, time moves fast. Don't let sorrow make it last. Let the past flow, let it fly. Sun will shine, the tears will dry. Days feel short, but nights so long. Heart still plays a broken song. If you hold what's meant to go, you'll miss the light, you'll miss the glow. Love can hurt, love can heal. Time will show what's truly real. Paint your world with brighter hue. Live for love, let love find you. Oh, love fades, time moves fast. Don't let sorrow make it last. Let the past flow, let it fly. Sun will shine, the tears will dry. Dance again, chase the day. Let no pain take love away. Sing it loud, sing it true. Life's too short to stay so blue. Rolling my fingers, rum in my cup. Sunset glow, we lighten up. Waves keep crashing, beat so tight. We ain't rushing, we take our time. She says
Order filled.
up, feel the vibe. Let that rhythm take a ride. Slow burn, warm embrace. Love so deep we lost in space. Oh, golden rum, so sweet. Baseline heavy, feel the heat. Let the night run slow. No tomorrow, just let go. Palm trees sway in the ocean breeze. Silver moonlight on the sea. Every sip, every step takes me deeper, no regrets. Golden touch, a royal dream. Living life like kings and queens. Sipping slow, rhythm tight. Lost in luxury tonight. Oh, golden rum, so sweet. Baseline heavy, feel the heat. Let the night run slow. No tomorrow, just let go.
Damn, man, so close to passing that eval. want to go long right now.
Cruising slow down Spanish Town Road. City lights glow. Windows down, few.
All right.
I ain't a movie star, I ain't a ball player, but if you ask me what I do it all, player. I got these girls going wild like I'm John Mayer, and I don't need
What do we got going on? We got bouncing on the bottom, 3.2% down. Still downward pressure. And we moved 300 points. I think in like 15 minutes. Oh, here it is. Okay, hold on. 30 minutes, we dropped 300 points. Four seven eight zero eight zero. 478
I used to dream about this kind of life. Way back when I could sleep at night. Yeah, I'm talking way back, way before I came back. Way before my boy was rocking that Jay's hat. Yeah, now we done made it this far. Used to ride the Acela. Bought a crib for the homies and we won in the cellar. Call me Chauncey the way I handle it. I took a chance and I took advantage. Yeah, I brought my brother for each and every second. And we gon' give it hell till we get up to heaven. Says for all the ones had to bring along. Rather be
We're gonna hit the support area again, or what? 3.2% down. 600 points almost.
I done came a long way from home.
Now we're just waiting until Trump produces something. Not really a reason to keep trading. Going down. Testing the support area. I mean, the only we have a zone at 18,286. The next zone really is 18,200. Here's the next leg. Is Trump talking today? thought Trump was supposed to talk today. Probably at 4 when the market closes. All right, let's see. Oops. Yeah, we could go to 1800s before we bounce. Little stranger.
Should have shorted. Should have shorted at the open.
White House press secretary to brief reporters at 4:30. Would anybody short the low right now? All right, I'm gonna stop trading. It's 3 o'clock. We might get another movement this afternoon. I got 2 accounts. I lost the combine this morning. That was close to passing. These 2 accounts are up 1,100 on one and 1,000 on the other. And yeah, that's it. I will conclude trading today, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Have a good one.